Okay. Um, Oop, my wife is calling me. Now she's not. All right. I did not hang up on her. She hung up on me. We'll start off open today's public hearing for the House Election Law Committee on HB 40. We'll start with the pledge. Representative Lane, would you like to lead us? It's okay. I pledge allegiance. Yeah. Okay. We'll start off with HB 40, which is the only thing we have until we exec at 11. Representative Horgan, I believe this is your bill. If you want to come up and welcome to election law and introduce the bill. I only have one pink card for this, so if anybody else wishes to speak on this, get to working, I guess.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's not just my bill. I've got several co-sponsors on it, but and it's been around the block a few times. There's your committee researcher has a excellent memo, which has a lot of good information about it. First of all, I guess one of the people submitted testimony. So I don't know if he's the other pink card. He went on and on a lot about, made up a lot of stuff about the definition of residency, which wasn't true, but you can worry about that later. The definition of residency is fairly simple, as the memo explains. This bill would make a minor change to the definition of residency, which hasn't in practice made a major difference one way or the other, because I'm putting it. Okay, so anyway, so it's essentially identical to HB 538 2021, which came before the Election Law Committee 2 years ago, and that was deemed ITL by a narrow 10-9 margin on March 30th, 2021. That was the year that we were, that was the spring that we were having our full house sessions at the Sportsplex in Merrimack. And that was one of several dozen bills, all of them ITL to committee, which never got a floor vote, which kind of violated House rules and precedent, because supposedly every bill gets a vote on the floor. But, I could have brought it back in 2022, but I decided not to do it last year, but I'm back with it this year, because essentially the reason it didn't go to the floor is all the bills they pulled out a few of the bills that are ITL'd in committee, which they thought might be overturned, and all the ones which were unlikely to be overturned were just never voted on, which kind of irregular, but that was a strange time, and so no hard feelings about that. So here I am again with it. It's also a combination of two bills which I sponsored, which many co-sponsors, and I've got several this year. In 2019, they both passed the House and Senate, then being vetoed by Governor Sununu, and then one of those two bills, HB 106, also covered the same grounds as Senate bill, which the same governor also vetoed. So it's and that part of the bill is at the end of the very long bill before the committee today. It's covered by section 16 out of 18, and actually that's a good thing to refer to, just to refresh your memories on the definition of residence, which, regardless of whether existing law applies or whether we put the minor change I'm proposing in this bill, either way, it's a very simple definition, which is much simpler than what you may hear from opponents of the bill, if any, step forward, if there are even going to be any here in the committee room today. So, it's a very, it's a much simpler concept. It's a common word that obviously it's a common word, but it's a much simpler meaning legally than people sometimes try to say it is. So that's basically, so anyway, so I perceive it, and rightly or wrongly, but others do perceive it as being especially directed against college students and their right to vote, which they have like any other citizen. They're not the only voters who are adversely affected by the changes to voting rights law, which we're trying to undo. But basically the bottom line is, every citizen over the age of 18 has the right to vote in the community where he or she lives, regardless of why he or she moved there and regardless of how long ago. So that's pretty clear. Even in the existing law, it'll be even clearer if you pass this bill. And it's also guaranteed by federal voting rights law, the U.S. and state constitutions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's I'll quote our state constitution. It says, this is part of Article 11, Part 1. It says all elections are to be free, and every inhabitant of the state 18 years of age and upwards shall have an equal right to vote in any election. Every person shall be considered an inhabitant for the purposes of voting in the town, ward, or unincorporated place where he has his domicile. And if you, by the definition of residence domicile, anybody who's physically present in the town most of the year is a resident, and they claim that as a domicile. And there's also certain exceptions where somebody who's temporarily, at least in their view, temporarily away, not that anybody knows how temporary, how permanent their current residence is, but anybody, so anyway, so students, college students in particular, and others who may be considered not as permanent as other residents, they're still there. They're still living in the community. They're still physically present. They're still paying taxes. In most cases, they're working in the community, et cetera, et cetera. So everything that applies to a non-student applies to a college student. And of course, there's military personnel, people who maybe are come here to hold down temp jobs and may or may not get permanent jobs out of it, et cetera, et cetera. So any residents of that sort, they have the right to vote in the place where they're living. And so that's basically what my bill is about. We're just trying to put the voting law the back it was before certain, I think, unwise changes were made back in starting about 2012. And there actually is a Senate bill which covers some of the same ground, which passed the Senate Election Law Committee unanimously, that's a group of 5 senators who have a very wide view of views, and it's on the consent calendar. So not that maybe I'm not supposed to talk about what goes on the other side of the wall, but like there's going to be changes in this area anyway. So, but I think this bill, is a complete set of changes that are needed. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee. Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Horgan, Representative Horgan.
Thanks.
So in section 8 on page 20, down, so this is about centralized voter registration database. And at the very bottom of the page, it says, upon the effective date of subparagraph A, the Secretary of State shall cease any activity or data transfer with the Kansas-based interstate voter registration cross-check program. So that must be the program we're in now. So, and I don't know very much about that program. So this would allow us to enroll in a centralized voter registration database. Just asking for clarification.
Well, my understanding is you may get a clarification from the Secretary of State, who's sitting in the front row and probably will be happy to speak. But that was a program that's a program that's been around for several years, which is highly problematic, had a lot of false positives and so forth. So we're pulling out of that one, but if a better one exists, we can join that one. That's at least that was my understanding why I signed off on the bill with that language on there. So,
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative Morgan. Just a couple of questions on page 5 and going into page 6. You talk, the language that has been added is, or to which I intend to return after a temporary absence. What is the temporary absence? And do you have a duration for that, or what's the intent behind that?
well, that's it's the idea is that a person who has multiple residences, as many as do, can have only one of those residences as their domicile. So in the case of and we're talking a lot about college students, they're a good example. They some of them vote in their quote unquote back home location, and some of them choose to vote in their college town, basically depending on where they feel more of a connection to the political activity in that community. And I know when I was a college student, which was many, many years ago, as you can tell by my hair color, I voted when I was in undergraduate. I voted here in Durham. I was going to school in New York City partially because my father was a member of the legislature. And then when I went off to grad school, I did it the other way around and just voted wherever it was I was living while going to school. So there are students are one class of voters, and others who have multiple residences, and they have the right to choose. It's up to them to choose which one is the one they feel is more permanent and more like where they want to be voting and civically engaged.
Follow up?
Please, thank you. All right, thank you for that explanation. And then on the let's see, I guess this would be page 1, where you say a person's claim of added text in bold there, bold italic. A person's claim of lines 10 through 12, a person's claim of domicile for voting purposes shall not be conclusive of the person's residence for any other legal purpose. Isn't that sort of redundant with the wording in the paragraph above, or why the additional
That was,
distinctions?
I mean, I think that was language that was in that RSA back before we started quote, trying to improve it, but trying to decouple your voting domicile from things, well, especially like in-state tuition for the university, and then also just trying to decouple a little bit from things like driver's licenses or so forth. So just as there are and of course there are people who have multiple, as I said before, there's lots of people who have multiple residences. So
Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Representative Horgan, back to the language on page 5 to 6 about to which I intend to return after a temporary absence.
Yep.
My recollection, and I'm just asking you if this is still correct, was that also covered people who were residency who had medical residencies who had to be out of state for a short period of time, or whose jobs took them out of state for a time but still wanted to be
yeah,
voting.
exactly. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's part of it too.
Okay.
And military personnel too.
Right. And also my understanding would have covered people who we affectionately refer to as snowbirds.
Yes.
Who have, okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure that was still
Yeah.
part. Okay. Thank you.
Nice.
Further questions? I do have one. In your testimony, you said that this would allow specifically college students to choose where to vote based on their political activity. Did I misunderstand that?
I mean, you may be misconstruing it a little bit better, but like it's anybody, and that applies to college students, anybody else. Some of them feel, some of them are more engaged with the community they're living in right then, as opposed to the community they came from, in which they may or may not return at some point in the future. So that's, so they have the same right as anybody else who's domicile, even like say a medical resident. Of course, that's still probably a form of student, but like say a medical resident, say if they go to say the Cornell Medical College in New York, and then they get assigned to Dartmouth Health, they may be more interested in what's going on in New Hampshire than they were back when they were in New York City at Cornell Medical College or whatever. So that probably, that I would say, yes, that is probably, I know like some people may think that's an undesirable thing, but yes, but that's true of like the snowbirds too. Some care more about what's going on up here in New Hampshire, and some maybe care more about what's going on down in the place in Florida. And they have they have a certain amount of leeway deciding which one of those two places is their voting domicile. So it's.
Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bay.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So this bill, it goes both ways, right? So for example, I have a college student who chose to go to school in Hawaii. And so based on this bill, that she could choose where she has deeper I guess, political connection. So I want her to vote here because I want her to vote for me. So
Yes. Well, yeah, that's legitimate. And I have to confess, I did the same thing when I did family member doing the same thing you're doing now, like years and years ago. Even though I was certainly also involved in political things going on down there in New York City, so that's perfectly legitimate. And actually, this is a gratuitous mention of Hawaii, but there was one of the court cases which is mentioned in the memo, and which was Newberger versus Peterson, which was 50 years ago, but it's still like a important it's still like it's still like a very important case, which was Peterson was Walter Peterson, who was the Attorney General of New Hampshire at the time, and was later the governor and the president of UNH and many other great things. But Newberger was a student at Dartmouth who wanted to register to vote in Hanover, because that was, and he was, before he was Hanover, he was originally from Hawaii, and then one thing special about his situation was that his parents had died, so he was an orphan. So he had no immediate intention of returning to Hawaii. I mean, he may have done so at some point. So like he really had nowhere else to vote, So a lot of times we go on about how saying, "Whoa, these college students, they should vote absentee, quote unquote, back home." Not all of them are eligible to vote back home, even if they wanted to. And that was the case for Mr. Newberger, for example, 50 years ago, and it's still the case for some students today. Thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Horgan. Only have one more pink card. Secretary of State Scanlon, the big man himself. We're not getting the deputies or anybody there. We're getting the head honcho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. This bill has a lot in it, and to the extent that it removes some of the language related to the passage of SB 3, which the court has found unconstitutional, I would agree with removing those sections from the statute. But the bill is confusing in other respects. And one of the things that jumped out at me right away is if you look at on page 4, line 6, the statute that is being addressed here is general voter registration and the voter registration form. And then if you look down further on lines 19 and 32, there's reference to having this statute apply specifically to the day of the general election in terms of same-day registrations. And then the same thing happens really throughout the bill. But if you go to page 5, it talks about the voter registration form. And then if you go to page 6 and you look further down on line 23, it talks about the day of the state general election. And it begs the question, what happens when there's an election on a state primary or a town election? Is there same-day voter registration if this is specific to general election day? I think it creates a lot of confusion. And certainly we want voters to be able to register on the day of any statutory election, not just state general election day. The other item that I would just briefly address is that trying to find equilibrium in the definition of domicile and residence and how it applies to elections has had a pretty shaky past over the last decade. And with a court opinion, advisory opinion, and the change of some statutes, I think we've kind of hit a sweet spot in terms of how it really consolidated the definition of domicile and residence so that it means the same thing in terms of our election laws. There was a question about what does temporary absence mean. Basically, what that means is that you do not lose your domicile once it has been established until you reestablish a domicile in some other location. So if you are a resident of New Hampshire and you're a registered voter here, and you go to school, for example, and you're going to be a student for 4 years in some other state, that would be considered a temporary absence. In fact, in that instance, a student has the choice of retaining their residence in the state that they lived in before they went to school, or in the community that they are living in while they are attending school. That's a choice that the student gets to make. Another example might be a construction worker that is from New Hampshire, for example, and there's a big project going on in the state of Texas. The person's going to be there for 6 or 7 months while they're working on the job. They don't lose their domicile in New Hampshire because they've been away for more than 6 months of the year. You heard other examples, a person that's serving on the high seas for long periods of time, a person in the military. There is no durational requirement as long as that voter does not establish a domicile in some other location. There may have been other questions. I'm happy to answer them, Mr. Chairman, but I think that I'll just stop my testimony there. And
I have questions from the committee. Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Deputy Scanlon, I forget where it was, but there's a provision in here about removing ourselves from the Kansas and joining other ones. Do you need that authority in a statute, or is that something you already have the authority to do just under your general regulatory powers?
I believe we already have the authority to do that. We did participate in the Kansas cross-check program. That program is now defunct. It no longer exists. There is another program that I'm sure you've all heard of called ERIC. There are a lot more conditions to belong to that program than the Kansas cross-check program. I am not aware of another program that currently exists, although I know that there are states talking about forming another program. Certainly, I'd be really interested in seeing New Hampshire participate either as a group or individually with our surrounding New England states, just so that we can share information. We do share information not on a entire checklist level or database level, but individual town clerks, when they become aware of a voter moving to a different state, will notify, they share notifications of when, if somebody registers from out of state in a town, then our clerks are proactive among our sister states in New England with sending notifications out that, this person has registered to vote in such and such a town. The further away from New England that you get, the less likely that is to happen. And so there certainly is a benefit to doing these multi-state projects. But to answer your question, I don't think my office needs the authority to participate in that. I think that we could do it.
Further questions? I had one. You brought up in your testimony, and this has kind of always baffled me, or I don't know if baffled, confused me. So why is it that, well, let's talk about students attending a 4-year university, right? Because going to Texas for 6 months or being deployed and all that stuff, 4 years is a long time. 4 years is a long time. So what is it? Is there court cases that have established that college students are special? It sounds to me like they're super voters, right? I get to pick where I get to vote. But if they're attending a 4-year university in New Hampshire, they're spending the majority of their time in New Hampshire for an extended period of time. It's 4 years, right? They're sleeping here ostensibly. Conversely, an in-state student who attends an out-of-state school for 4 years is sleeping in another state for 4 years, right? Going and spending the majority of time in that community for 4 years. I don't get to do that, right? So like my parents live in Galveston, much nicer weather there this time of year. I don't get to say, I go to Galveston once every year, so like I get to vote in Texas now. Like, what makes them special? Why can't I do that? Because a 4-year period is not an indefinite period of time. Like, that's an extended period of time. So, like, what makes them special?
Well, there are court cases supported by statute, and New Hampshire has a statute as well that gives students the choice of claiming where their domicile is. And they can be considered absent, from their place of domicile while they're going to college, or if they're engaged in the community and decide to make that their residence and in effect their domicile, they have the opportunity to register to vote in the community that they're living in while they go to college. When someone does that, however, they are claiming that they are a resident domiciled in the state of New Hampshire, for example, and they're subject to all of the laws of the state of New Hampshire that apply to residents. And I believe the same is true in other states around the country.
Any questions before I ask my follow-up? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If someone were to establish a domicile in New Hampshire, am I understanding it correctly that if they were to attempt to vote somewhere else, that there is a penalty for that, and they would have to sign something to establish their domicile here that acknowledges that they understand it is a crime to vote in more than one place?
That information may be on the voter registration form. I mean, it is a crime to vote in more than one location in the same election. Somebody could be registered to vote in New Hampshire and participate in, let's say, the town elections coming up in March, but their circumstance may change after that, and they may move to a different state and participate in a presidential primary in some other location. There is nothing wrong with that scenario because the person has established their domicile in a different place. They're not voting in the same election more than once, and their name may appear on two different checklists for a period of time until that information catches up and the checklist is corrected. But that would not be a violation of the statute.
Follow up.
Of course.
If there were an amendment to this bill that addresses your concerns about the day of a state general election, is this a bill that you would support, given that you support a repeal of SB 3's unconstitutional language?
I would support cleaning up the SB 3 language in the statute. I'm concerned about the section that you just mentioned about, making it apply just to the day of the general election, to the extent that there are provisions in here that change the definition of domicile or residency. I think that just pushes us back into turmoil, and I would not want to see that happen. And in terms of participating in some type of I'll call it some type of a cross-check program comparing checklists, I certainly would support something like that. But again, I don't think that the office needs legislation to allow that to happen.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking my question. So when we're looking at people who are currently living in nursing homes, would you recommend that they vote at their current residence at that nursing home, or where they are originally domiciled before taking up residency there?
Nursing home is another category where the voter has a choice. If a voter going into an elder care facility can continue to vote from the location that they came from, even if family sells their house, and that person in their mind may believe that they're going back at some point, even though that's not a practical outcome. However, they also have the opportunity of claiming domicile from the location of the nursing facility, and so they could vote from that location. But once they do that, they lose their domicile from the place that they came from.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I could do this all day. I find this stuff fascinating, so I'm going to stop. But any other questions? All right. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon.
you.
Can we get the blue sheet representative Wood? I assume no one else here wants to speak on this. We're going to get like a 25-minute break. This is going to be nice. Thank you, Representative. Okay. Moving. All right. So we had 4 people sign up in total, 3 in favor, 1 opposed. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 40. We will be in, the committee will stand in recess until 11 a.m. today, which point we will exec bills. Okay.
Welcome back. We will open the executive session on House Bill 482. Representative Bohm is recognized for a motion.
I make a motion to ITL 482.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill completely goes overboard on what's needed. The accountability, for example, in an election is the number of ballots versus the number of people that voted. The ballots themselves don't have to be marked or anything. I mean, and then the argument about there was X number of unreturned or uncounted absentee ballots. Yeah, people didn't send them in. Or they got late. They got it in late. The point is as long as the number of absentee ballots received equals the number of absentee ballots voted. It's a simple counting system. So most of this stuff in this bill is completely not necessary. I mean, the accounting is equal to, and when we do the, some of already doing it, the electronic, when you come in, you're there, and then the counting is easy. But if the number of people that counted the ballots, I mean, if the machines that counted the ballots equal the number of people who voted, that's all the accountability we really need. So, thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 482. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
No.
Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Moorhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 19 yeas and 1 nay.
Does anyone want to move consent?
Move consent.
Any objection? Consent it shall be. Yep, Representative Bohm will do the report.
He has to write the minority.
I don't care who does it as long as I get it today.
You vote against it, you get to write it.
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 502. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I move that House Bill 502 be inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Berry moves inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your motion?
We could do it now, or we can do it on the OTP. Uh, this is a major step backwards. There were things in the bill that weren't brought up in committee. The first and foremost was to bring in, it brings back the religious affidavit. So before, I believe we removed that 2 years ago on a separate bill. And I want to say it had bipartisan support. I could be wrong about that, so don't hold me to that. But what this bill would do is it would reestablish a ludicrous system of voter registration. So let's explain what this bill would do. This bill would mean that any person could walk into any polling location, present nothing, and then be given a ballot. Nothing. So not a driver's license, not a piece of mail, not a student ID. They literally would walk into the polling place with nothing, not be on the polls, register to vote, and be handed a ballot. And then it brings back the religious waiver, which we got rid of. The religious waiver says that a person may sign in a religious waiver affidavit if, according to their religion, they may not have their photo taken. So even before this, we removed that so that if somebody who walked in on the polls with nothing, they at least had to have their photo taken. But this repeals that. So now they can say, according to my religion, I don't want my photo taken. And they won't even have to have their photo taken anymore. When we did that, when we removed that waiver the first time, somebody said, oh, well there's somebody's going to sue. Well, people sue over election law almost every time anyways. But they never found anybody withstanding. They couldn't find a single person in the state of New Hampshire that says it's against my religion to be photographed, because it's not realistic. You can't leave your house without being on somebody's Ring camera. There's no way you're going to drive to the polls without being on somebody's dash camera. It's a ludicrous proposition that they hold this value set that they don't believe that they can have their photo taken, because they literally wouldn't be able to leave the house. That's just, unfortunately, it's today's society. I'm a privacy person, by the way. I'm one of the people that keeps the little sticky note on top of the camera on their laptop. Like, I get it. I don't want my photo taken either. But we can't have a system where you show up to the polls on election day with nothing. When we passed SB 418 with provisional ballots, I was the one who, and I caught a lot of flack for this, I'm the one who watered it down. It originally applied to everybody showing up to the polls on election day without an ID. And I said, well, that's a big step. So we curtailed it to only people who are registering on election day. So we're not talking about 90% of voters. We're talking about the 10% that register on election day and the tiny subset inside of that, which I believe was less than 600 people, who bring nothing to the polls. So voter ID as a whole is very popular in New Hampshire. It holds over 70% popularity. It holds over 50% popularity with Democrats, according to UNH polling. It's a very popular thing. No one here is trying to restrict access to the ballot. No one here is trying to stop UOCAVA ballots, military voters from voting. SB 418 was brought forward by a veteran. It was passed in this committee on a motion made by a veteran. If you have UOCAVA concerns, move the primary date. Move the primary date. This year, for 2024, the primary, it wouldn't even be a problem. I believe there's like 53 or 56 days in between the primary and the general. This bill is not an attack on military voters. It's when they lob that, it's offensive. I'm the son of a military veteran from Vietnam. He's got a Bronze Star, and my brother's a veteran. No one who voted for this the first time was attacking veterans. All of these are just red herring distractions. We have to know who's voting in our elections. Yes, people have a right to vote in elections. I am a Republican, and I hold the unpopular opinion amongst my party that college students who move here and go to UNH have a right to vote here. I hold that opinion. I get a lot of flack for it. But I don't understand why we hold college students up like somehow the people who are getting 4-year degrees are not smart enough to bring an ID to the polls. Like, these are people that we have selected and said, you're some of the brightest in our society, yet you can't remember to bring an ID to the polls when you're registering to vote for the first time. It's ludicrous. It's a huge step back. I get it that there will be implementation issues with this. It's a bold new thing. But we have to find a way to figure out who's actually registering to vote. You have a right to vote in the election. The voters also have a right to know who is voting in their elections. So I urge this committee ITL.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Bohm?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I counted last night or yesterday. There are 56 days between the primary and the election in 2024.
You got to pull that mic a little closer.
So that is not a problem. So that's 11 days before. And also, how many towns and whatnot would require that the ballots not be printed at 55 days before? I mean, it'd be a very small number, because if the number of affidavit ballots is lower than the number of differences in the votes, what difference does it make? Yeah, the ballots will still be pulled, but it's not going to change the outcome. So on those few, yes, those may be a few towns, maybe 10. I mean, may have to wait until 50 days. I mean, 52 days, 53 days before their ballot can be printed. But that's still less than the 45 days by the government. And yes, we have to, and we will move the primary. Thank you.
So about that moving the primary thing, that is not the subject of the bill, so let's keep off of that. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a number of issues with HB 502, and to speak to Representative Berry's point about college students potentially forgetting things on Election Day, one of the biggest issues that college students come across is they don't necessarily remember to bring their birth certificate or their passport with them. And once you get down into the university, it can be something where you might not necessarily remember to bring that with you the next time that you go back. And with a lot of these people being 18 and voting for the first time, they might not necessarily know the process and may end up forgetting things and why they need the affidavit. Giving them an extra week to bring in that information might not necessarily be enough if they live all the way, if they're from Arizona, for instance. They might not necessarily have time to get that information and those documents back to New Hampshire. And we need to think about how that impacts them. We also have to face the fact that we have not changed the primary date and that SB 418 was passed as an unconstitutional bill. That all considered is why we should not move forward and vote down this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill?
Oh.
Representative Lane?
I just want to echo Representative Howard's statements. I also wanted to bring to light that RSA 659-13-1C, which is the bill that this would override and get rid of, has other constitutional problems with it, which we heard about in the testimony. Also, it is not a secret ballot. It is marked by the moderator, so there's no longer a secret ballot, which I think is a huge violation of just tradition, and it may well be a constitutional violation. I don't know. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. The fact that the ballot is marked by the moderator is a violation of RSA 656-16, which was brought forward to the attention of this committee when it heard it last year, but was ignored. The other thing that was asked that the bill be put to and get an opinion from either the AG's office when it was in the Senate, the AG's office, or from the Supreme Court, but the Senate Republicans decided they did not want to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there, that those were other issues that were confronting it. And as Representative Howard mentioned, we're dealing with the primary as it stands now, and yes, we have 56 days this year, but what happens when you have recounts, and what happens when you don't have 56 days? That's it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Berry.
Addressed a couple of things here. So the recount issue is in play irregardless. We are one statewide recount away from not meeting UOCAVA. In 2016, Then State Representative Edelblue lost to then Executive Councilor Chris Sununu by less than 1,000 votes. He would have been well in his rights to request a statewide primary recount, and we would have not made Uocava. So if we're going to use that as a reason to vote for this bill, you got to fix a whole lot of other things too. As to the secret ballot, your ballot is only revealed if you do not meet the requirements to be a registered voter. So somebody whose ballot is pulled out and the number is changed and their vote revealed should not have had their ballot in there otherwise. They didn't prove who they were, that they were who they said they were when they registered. They were not a qualified voter underneath New Hampshire statutes. So they are not afforded those protections because their ballot should have never been cast.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard a reference in a comment just now to birth certificates and passports. It's my recollection that the law currently makes no reference to proof of citizenship. It's merely proof of identity. So passports and birth certificates don't enter into any possibility of inconvenience. Thank you.
Representative Muirhead.
So to qualify to vote, my understanding is one needs to prove identity, age, residence, and citizenship. And that citizenship is attested to when one registers, often by affidavit, if one registers more than 30 days before an election. And if this bill does not address citizenship and does not require any proof of citizenship, I think we need to enter that into the legislative record explicitly.
Further discussion? Okay. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 502. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Wary. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward. Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Hamblett.
No.
Representative Murad. Representative Murad. I pronounced it kind of weird. I'm sorry. Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Brennan.
No.
Representative Grill. No. Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Palmer.
No.
And Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 10 to 10.
And the motion fails. Representative Howard.
I'd like to motion ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I think debate was pretty thorough, so. Ready to call the roll?
Representative Berry.
No.
And this is on ought to pass. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
No.
Representative Bohm.
No.
Representative Quayle.
No.
Representative Inkerberg.
No.
Representative Burnham.
No.
Representative Kennedy.
No.
Representative Wary. No. Representative Wood.
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
No.
Is another 10 to 10.
This bill will go on the House calendar with no recommendation. And we'll need reports from Representatives Howard and Berry today. So did everybody get the, let me end that. Before somebody gets ideas. Did everybody get the committee report template that I sent? Okay, yeah, so in a case like this, in the statement of intent portion, that's where you put the motion you support and why, and I'll merge the two when I get them.
Representative Harris' question.
In a similar vein, I have not submitted the report for HB 508 because I would actually like to move for reconsideration on that bill.
So 508, you were supposed to write the report,
Yes.
and I missed that you did not do that. That will never, ever happen again. Committee report, so I guess I'll just state it this clearly. When committee reports are due the day that we do the executive session, I simply will not accept them after that. If necessary, I'll write them myself, put my name on it, and that's how that's going to go.
So
Do you have a motion?
I do. I have a
And
motion.
like
to-
seriously, never, ever, ever pull a move like that again.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, as the clerk had clarified that this is a
Just state your motion.
okay, I motion to reconsider HB 508.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And debate on a reconsideration motion is only what the new information is, what has changed. We do not debate the actual bill itself.
So for HB 508, we actually have 10 supporters here today willing to vote on this bill. Of course, during the initial vote for HB 508, it was killed 11 to 9. This bill should have its opportunity on the House floor to be debated and voted on. Thank you.
Okay, and at 11:09, it will be heard on the House floor and will be debated on the House floor. Barry,
Yes, I will be voting against the motion to reconsider for the reason you just stated, Mr. Chair, which is this bill will be heard on the House floor. We've already had our debate. We've already had our vote. It's time to move on.
further discussion on the motion to reconsider. Clerk will call the roll, please.
Representative Berry,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward, Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
No,
That is 10 to 10.
and the motion fails. Open the executive session on House Bill 599. Representative Wood is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 599 to the floor as ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. While I share a lot of the questions that were brought up by Representative Panic and the bill supporters about the 2020 and the 2022 election, I'm concerned with the scope of the bill and the undefined portions of the bill. Section 4 in particular, the authorization of an unidentified auditor developing a process to determine and involving 15 towns and forensic audits brings up much concerns on my part, especially when compared to the time and money spent on the Wyndham audit, which had a very narrow focus, a much narrower than the no focus that it has right now. So with these concerns, I move HB 599 as an expedient to legislate.
Further discussion? Okay. The motion is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 599. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
No.
it's no. Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Moorhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 19 to 1.
Objection, consent.
I move to consent calendar, Mr. Chairman.
What's up?
Making a motion to the consent calendar.
Is there any objection to consent? Okay, consent it goes. Representative Wood will do the report,
But no minority report.
which I would imagine was already written.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well done. You know, a lot of people do that. If they know they're going to make the motion that day, they just bring it with them and don't have to have quality time with me at the end of the day. You want to do a minority report? Then it can't go in consent.
So, no minority report then.
Well, that's up to you. Okay, thanks.
It's fine, thanks.
Open the executive session on House Bill 259. Representative Ankerberg is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on House Bill 259.
And is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
You may set a record for most seconds in a session.
Least reports.
Would you like to speak, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Okie dokie. Further discussion on the bill? I love it when it goes like this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I guess
Representative Lane.
I just would, we understand and appreciate that this bill came from a good place and is well intended. And we would urge the sponsor to work with the Secretary of State's office to perhaps work on a committee and work with him to enact this or to put this forward in a different manner. So, thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? All right. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 259. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
Yes.
22-0.
And the motion's adopted, and since it's unanimous, I'll assume there's no objection to consent. Consent it shall be. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 395, which will now be recessed to a time to be determined, but it will be noticed at least a couple of weeks out in the House calendar. Executive session is in recess. And so are we. Yep, go back to public hearings at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll start the public hearing on House Bill 405, and I'd like to ask the sponsor, Representative Panic, to please give your report.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, and allow me to present, introduce House Bill 405. This bill creates an in-state tuition requirement for students of higher learning institutes to be eligible for voter registration. It's a very large population that does voting. New Hampshire is a wonderful state for learning. We embrace the college students that attend our 41 colleges and universities. Many may not know, but New Hampshire has 14 public and 27 private higher education institutions. In 2022, our colleges offered more than 1,500 programs to more than 190,000 students. 48,000 students took classes online, which means 142,000 students attended classes in person at universities in New Hampshire. This is amazing. New Hampshire ranks #1 in the country for college students as a percent of the overall population, at over 10.5% of the whole population. More than half of the students come to New Hampshire from other states and countries. As this group is the 99% voting age, and with such a large number, they have a huge influence on our elections. We want to encourage our young people to vote, and this is a time of a life where learning to participate in the election process is foundational and important. At the same time, we also want the elections to be the reflection of those who reside in New Hampshire towns and who ultimately bear the consequences of the election results. Today, the university system of New Hampshire has 18,000 out-of-state students in our universities and colleges. In the 2022 midterm elections, this out-of-state group represented over 11% of all votes cast for candidates. These students, if voting in New Hampshire elections, could determine the election outcomes, and the tension points must be balanced to encourage voting while not preventing the disenfranchisement of New Hampshire voices. One method to address this issue is a simple approach with the help of our college system. The New Hampshire college system has a clear outline for qualifying for discounted tuition for in-state students, while also identifying those students who are domiciled in other states or countries. Using this distinction, this bill would use the student's in-state tuition bill at the time of registration to qualify as a New Hampshire voter. The Secretary of State would be supplied a list of college students eligible to vote in New Hampshire from the university system. Students who are from other states would participate in their home state elections through their absentee ballot process. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them if I can.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for sharing your thoughts today.
Yeah.
My question revolves around the fact that I guess more of a hypothetical. I'm a student currently at the University of New Hampshire in Durham. I've resided in the town of Stratford for my entire life. And just to kind of read off from the bill here, I qualify for in-state tuition. Would this mean that I'd have to provide a copy of my tuition bill when I go to the Stratford Town Hall?
Not if you're an in-state. Okay, I think there was an error on this bill when it was proposed. This should be asking just for out-of-state students to provide proof of where their out-of-state residents. So this bill has been drafted up erroneously. I just caught this the other day. Yeah, it says in-state voters and the community college system shall provide a student list of eligible in-state voters to the Secretary of State. It should say ineligible in-state students. We have a typo here that I just caught. So that changes the meaning of the bill.
Yeah, follow up. So since students would need to be providing a copy of their tuition, would there be an affidavit available for them?
Dependent students, in the case of the students is still that are supported by their parents in their domicile, is the family home with the parents in New Hampshire. Proof provided to the universities, a notarized letter from the parents describing the domicile, including statement from the town clerk or town registrar indicating parents' voter registration. Copies of the student federal income tax return, as well as that portion of the parents' federal income tax returns that list dependents' claim for the most of their recent years. And copy of all support or custody decrees, appropriate sections of wills and trusts being used to support the application. And a copy of any New Hampshire driver's license or vehicle registration. The colleges do have, they have a tuition rate for in-state students and out-of-state students. So if we can get that out-of-state student identified and given that to our Secretary of State, that's a block of voters that we can ensure that they're going to vote where they're appropriately supposed to be voting, and they have to do mail. If they have to do absentee voting for another state, that's, in their home state, that's okay. But we're trying to protect, our vote here.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Did I answer any questions?
Yes, Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Your bill only covers state universities and state. What about all the private universities in the state?
My understanding is this is supposed to cover all the universities, in-state tuition. My understanding is this is covering all the universities in New Hampshire, in the state of New Hampshire.
Could I follow up?
Follow up.
I could be wrong, but my understanding is that St. Anselm's and Dartmouth, schools like that, do not have in-state. They're not state institutions. They don't differentiate between New Hampshire residents and those outside the state.
They must have some type of registration where they shows where the student resides, I would think.
Any further questions? Well, thank you, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Now I call Representative Timothy Harrigan.
I have some written testimony, so I'll hand it around the table. Thank you. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, not to be confused with James Horgan or Michael Harrington, who are also from Stratford County. So I've got some written testimony here, which I think I emailed to you. I also put it on the website, and I'm passing hard copies around. That's like a belt and suspenders and second belt approach. Well, first of all, I was talking this morning about residence and domiciles. I think some of what you heard about residence, they're trying to redefine residence from what it actually means legally. So what I said, and I refer to that here in my written testimony, actually, which is they typically live on their campus or nearby for 9 to 12 months out of the year. They're physically present in the community, and that's really enough right there to establish residence and domicile. They work there and pay taxes in the community. The Census Bureau counts them at their on or off campus residence. And I speak from personal experience because I worked on 2 decennial census for the Census Bureau. And in fact, one of the major post-census activities is tracking down hundreds of thousands of duplicate entries for students who either fill out a question form or gets counted on campus, but who also get counted at their parents' house. And it's the entry at the parents' house, which is actually the duplicate record that needs to be removed, not the one at the on-campus or off-campus residence. And the RSA that this would amend is RSA 654 1 Roman numeral 1A, and that actually flips the meaning of the existing law totally on its head. I was actually a member of House Election Law my first term back in 2009 when that RSA was 654 colon 1 Roman numeral 1A was added by HB 614, and that was a long time ago, but I remember that hearing vividly. And the purpose of the bill is actually to affirm students' voting rights as established by the previous subchapters of the RSA, which you will not be surprised I tell you that was pretty obvious. RSA 654 colon 1 Roman numeral 1 and many other state and federal laws. And we had a very interesting hearing way back then. And there's even one gentleman who'd ran Plymouth and lost because he didn't do a good job of getting the students to vote for him. He wanted us to exclude the students because he felt he should have rightfully won. And that's not how the system works. You know, if you have students or any other group in your district, the thing to do is to try to appeal to them, try to get them to vote for you. There were 2 constitutional law cases, at least one of which was specifically mentioned this morning. The other bill, Neuberger versus Peterson, that was the Dartmouth student from Hawaii who, anyway, he was either unable or unwilling to vote back home. The version of the story I heard, which was from Secretary of State Gardner, is that his parents had died, so he wasn't eligible to vote in Hawaii. But in any case, he wasn't going back to Hawaii, and he probably wasn't going to Hanover, but he wanted to vote in Hanover, and the federal court ruled that he had every right to do so. There's also Sims versus U.S., and Sims was a county, I think he was a county registrar in a suburban county of Houston, which is predominantly white, but has a famous historically black college or university, Prairie View, and he was trying to prevent the Prairie View students from voting. And whether he's doing it for racial reasons, just for anti-student voting reasons, isn't really relevant. Although that did make the case that much more controversial, but so that clearly established way back near I graduated from college that students have the right to vote in the place where they live when they're going to college. And aside from being constitutional, this bill is a bad idea. I'll mention one basic one. Voting's a good habit. So is being involved with your local community in other ways. College is where young adults establish the habits of their future life, both good and bad. And this bill seems to be expressly designed. Well, I guess it was. He said, the prime sponsor said so. This kind deserves college students from developing the habits of voting and civic involvement. Although she did mention they could vote absentee. And at least I thank her for not applying what we usually hear in these debates, the adverb simply to voting by absentee. Voting absentee is not simple, and most of the bills related to absentee voting are designed to make it even less simple. So absentee voting, I mean, it's lots of people do it. It's not that complicated, but it's not exactly like simple. And the methodology is fatally flawed, as we found out, well, really during the questions. It ignores the fact that, well, first of all, eligibility for in-state tuition, it's based primarily on where you lived before you enrolled in college, although there actually are some exceptions. Like to certain programs at state universities where you can get in-state tuition even though you're a so-called out-of-state student. There's probably and there is the assumption hidden behind this bill that every college student, lives in their childhood home till they're 18. They immediately head off to college and then immediately only stay in the college town for 4 years and then they go back home or whatever. So that's not how most students, institutions of higher education live their lives these days. And even if they did, moving to a community to attend a college or university there is as good a reason as any to move to that community. So there's nothing illegitimate about that. And it's not even all that uncommon for a student to move to a college town, establish a domicile, and then later decide to enroll in a college. And actually, as a practical matter, unless they're living in an on-campus residence, you really have superintendent's checklists have no way of like figuring out whether the person actually is a student or not. Like we do have, I mean, some college towns, we do have some primarily, even if you live in one of those student housing complexes that they have on the outskirts of Durham, not everyone in those complexes is necessarily a student. And there probably are and there are some people who live in dormitories who are like older people, sometimes even with families and stuff, who aren't necessarily students. There's a few cases of that. And as we heard, actually it's now been proven, the number we were just told by the prime sponsor is there's 27 private institutions and 14 public institutions. So that, by my math, that means it's almost a 2-to-1 ratio private to public. And even if I got the numbers backwards, that's 1/3 is still a significant percentage. So, and there is no in-state tuition at a private institution. So what do you do about those? So I don't really know what documentation we expected when students at private colleges try to register to vote. Say if you're at Dartmouth or St. Anselm's, even if you're living in the dorm, what, as written, there's nothing to say what sort of documentation those people need. Likewise, there's also some students who live in New Hampshire during the school year or year round, but whose main occupation is going to school in another state. We even have one famous university here in New Hampshire whose campus spills over across the state line, the Dartmouth College campus. It's mostly on the east side of the Connecticut River in Hampton, but part of the campus is on the west side of the Connecticut River, on the far side of the Ledyard Bridge, or the near side, depending whether you're from Vermont or New Hampshire. So that's a whole nother complication, like which state, Dartmouth College is physically located in both states. And I guess that's primarily the Vermont Assembly's problem, not ours. So that's like some other election law committee to worry about. So, and something that hasn't really been mentioned yet, but I've heard it in other bills on this topic, is the out-of-state tuition. It's twice the in-state tuition at UNH and most of the other state schools. So because sometimes I've heard at other debates on some bills, I heard like, well, these kids are paying out-of-state tuition and they shouldn't be able to vote. And almost the implication is almost that out-of-state tuition is such a great privilege that like asking to be allowed to vote on top of it, which is a basic constitutional right, is for some people too much. But it's twice as much as the in-state tuition. I'm not necessarily, there's good reasons for that. And UNH and the other state schools, they offer some very excellent programs. It's not necessarily a bad deal for the out-of-state students, but they are, getting a worse deal than the in-state students. So if anything, maybe we should have maybe we should restrict the out-of-state students because they're paying like twice as much in tuition than the in-state students. So, yeah. So anyway, so this bill is a bad idea. It's also unconstitutional. Those are two good reasons. ITL it. I know the prime sponsor noted some drafting errors. But I think the basic idea, in my opinion, it's such a bad idea. I don't think you can fix it. So the best thing to do is find it inexpedient to legislate, and I'm sure we'll see, and we'll probably see similar legislation in the future. But this one I think is fatally flawed. So I don't think it's worth your time to fix it. You've got a lot of other legislation to work on. So I guess I'm kind of leaning against the bill, as you've probably discovered. So if anybody wants to ask me any questions, I'll try to answer.
Are there any questions? Representative Moorhead.
Thank you. I wanted to address and ask you about the possibility that Dartmouth College might spill over into the state of the neighboring state that would go unnamed to the west of the Connecticut River. It may own some land over there, but there are no dormitories. No Dartmouth students live over there. And I just wonder if you would join me in opposing a movement that an underground movement rumored to be led by an esteemed representative from New Hampshire's Queen City to gift Hanover to the state of Vermont. And if that movement gains any momentum, I hope you'll help me.
Oh, I would support that.
oppose it. Oh, geez.
I mean, no, I would oppose it. I would support your position. Hanover was, by the way, the first capital of the Republic of Vermont, which included a large portion of what's now New Hampshire. So,
Let's give it back.
No, we should keep Hanover in New Hampshire. We don't want to give it back to Vermont. It's one of our finest communities, and
Can we stay with the bill, please?
there are quite a few students who live in.
Representative Weary.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for your testimony today. So does enrollment or attendance at a school establish the domicile or the residence?
It's more what I was talking about is more like where you're living while attending classes because we're talking about Dartmouth, for example. There's a number of Dartmouth students who rent apartments in especially in Norwich or White River Junction. They would, even though they're attending classes in Vermont, even though there are a couple of classroom buildings in Norwich, they're going to school in New Hampshire. So for that purpose, they would be residents of Vermont. But that's aren't as many cases the other way. But there are probably a few edge cases of people moving from somewhere else to New Hampshire and then commuting across the state line to another state. And of course, you also have students who are in low residency programs or online programs too. So it's, at least in my view, what I have in mind is where you're living, where you're spending your time while you're attending the educational institution.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answers it or not, but thanks.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Good. Thank you. I now call Mr. Tom Cronin. Did I get that right from your spelling? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tom Cronin, and I am the Director of Government Relations for the university system. We're here today in opposition to House Bill 405, in our opinion, because it impractically puts our institutions in between our students and their right to vote. We essentially have two main concerns with the bill. First is it's attempting to link a student's right to vote under RSA 651 :1(a) with resident tuition. Under current law, state statute gives our Board of Trustees the authority to set resident tuition rates for in-state and out-of-state students. Essentially, right now, the out-of-state tuition rate is a function of two main components. First, you have to prove that you've lived in the state for a year or longer. And second, you have to prove that you have lived in the state for some purpose other than education. So essentially, you couldn't come back as a junior, for example, and say, I've lived here for 2 years because your main purpose is education. You'd have to show some other connection to the state in order to gain access to in-state tuition rates. The issue here becomes by linking the two of those together, the bill essentially creates a 1 year plus residency requirement for college students that doesn't exist for anybody else in the state of New Hampshire when it comes to vote. As this committee well knows, the state does not have a residency requirement. So by linking in-state tuition, which requires at least 1 year of residency with your right to vote, you've created that for one class of citizen. I'd also second comments that have been made so far. The private institutions in our state do not have in-state tuition rates, so students would not have a way to show in-state tuition while registering to vote. So essentially, this creates a second class of citizen only for students at the public universities and colleges. Our second concern deals with parts essentially 2 and 3 of the bill, 2 for us, 3 for our colleagues at the community college system, whereby the university system will be required to provide a list of eligible in-state voters to the Secretary of State. The way this is written, really, we have 2 questions. Because it's tacked on to the section on identification cards, it's unclear to us if we would actually be required to provide a list of eligible in-state voters for every student in the state, which is what the requirement for identification cards is, or would just be required for our students. And second, the university system, quite frankly, is not the organization in the state that deals with voter eligibility. That is the town clerks, the Secretary of State, folks you all know far better. We can tell you pieces of it, but we are not going to judge, are you a citizen, what is your age, all these other pieces. That is for others to decide as part of this process. So with that, I think I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cronin, for coming today. So when determining in-state tuition, what factors are taken into account?
Again, the two main ones, and actually, I think the representative, the sponsor, was actually into the board guidelines on this. But again, the two main things is in order to be eligible for in-state tuition, you have to prove you've lived here for at least a year, and you have to prove you've been here for purposes other than education. So you can't just move into the state and say, I would like in-state tuition after having essentially attended one of our institutions for a year. You have to have been here for a year, and you have to have shown you were here for some purpose other than education. So again, that's our concern by saying you have to show you've been here for a year in order to access in-state tuition. You've created this essentially 1-year residency requirement that doesn't exist for anybody else seeking to register to vote in the state.
Okay. Follow up. Yeah, I might not have necessarily been as specific, but essentially are parents the ones determining residency of the individual student before they attend the university?
Yeah, they certainly, I mean, certainly a parent's place of residence does play into it, particularly for unemancipated minors.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Yeah, I have a question about this in general. They're voting here. They're registering to vote here. They're establishing domicile here. Why aren't we giving them in-state tuition? They're saying they're going to stay here for an indefinite period of time. Are we discriminating against these young adults for not giving them in-state tuition? Like, shouldn't they get it when they register to vote? They're saying they want to be a part of the state. So why do we continue to say, no, you're an outsider, we're going to charge you more, even though you're voting in our elections?
Sure. Again, the state RSA gives our board of trustees authority to determine in-state and out-of-state tuition. Currently, that is determined really by two factors: have you been here for at least a year, and are you here for some purpose other than education?
Follow up.
So the boards in their conversations, why did they set it there? Did they take this into consideration of this person's voting here, so they now live here? You know, if this person is voting here, they have a New Hampshire driver's license. If they are, they registered their car here, they're, according to our voting laws, they're staying here for an indefinite period of time. Why did the board take into consideration? Why are we not giving them in-state tuition? And do we need to mandate that?
Sure. So again, our board has been given the authority to determine how we set in-state tuition rules. Lived here for a year, some purpose other than education. And I'll say, you know, we certainly have students who approach us on an occasional basis to say that I've been living in New Hampshire. I moved here from somewhere else. I live in an apartment off campus in Durham. I live here now. I should be eligible for in-state tuition. But again, we have rules in place that say you need to prove 1 year plus having come for some other purpose.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess what would the financial impact be of those students receiving in-state tuition instead of paying out of state?
Yeah, and we've had legislation proposed to do exactly what Representative Berry suggested, I think, in past years, to essentially say, to link it the other way, right? So this attempt is to say you have to show in-state rates in order to register. The other one was you could show your voter registration as an in-state requirement. We obviously oppose that, as it would be hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any other exceptions made that students would receive in-state tuition other than the year residency requirement and the requirement that they be here for another purpose? Is there any other exception to that? Any other student that gets in-state tuition?
I'm not going to say that there isn't. I couldn't go find you a case. I will say those are the two pieces that you really need to clear that hurdle before you're granted in-state tuition. There are a number of other pieces that go into that calculation, but if you can't show beyond those two, then that's essentially the end of the conversation.
Representative Weary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. do the schools you represent, are they land grant schools?
The University of New Hampshire is the land grant, and then Keene State and Plymouth State are the other two components of the university system.
So land grant, as I understand it, land grant schools will grant out-of-state students in-state tuition if those programs are not offered in their home state.
As part of the compact,
Yes.
good example. Yeah.
So
I'm not sure though how many of those. I would need to go get some information for you to how many of those we actually have, but any organization that's part of those compact programs will offer those collaborative rates for sure.
Yeah, I can do a little bit on that. As a former member of the New England Board of Higher Education, that's one of the things we do. It's in our budget that we give X amount of money to the New England Board of Higher Education, and they determine in different universities or colleges across New England. For example, New Hampshire does not have a dental school. Maine does. And so those are the agreements that are worked out between the states with the New England Board of Higher Ed.
When I saw Representative Bohm chairing this committee, I knew it was all set after having spent a few years with him in House Education.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you,
Great.
Mr.
Thank you all. I need to run, but I'm happy to take questions afterwards if there are other.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hope I get this right, Miss whatever. Talisa Blasik or Telka Blasik? Sorry, I couldn't read the right name.
That's okay. It's Felissa Blasek.
Talisa Blasik.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to committee members for allowing me to hear my testimony. First of all, I want to say that I'm in support of all students and all students' voices. But I am here to testify in favor of this bill, and I do believe that students should not be allowed a dual state citizenship status. Wherever their parents may reside or where they may reside should be one location. Our votes are so precious to America that our government placed it under the security of the DoD, then further under the Homeland Security. Why would we not protect every single vote in the state of New Hampshire with the same precautions and vettings we do as a driver's license for our state of New Hampshire DMV? If a student must pay out-of-state tuition to benefit from the New Hampshire lawful citizen state tax contributions as for their institution, then the same qualifications should apply to their ability to vote on the outcomes for our elections. Our founding fathers had 3 boxes when creating our country. First was the soapbox, which allows us our right to rally using our inalienable rights, such as freedom of speech, to be heard today, and I support that for our students as well. The second is the ballot box, our votes, which are precious to each one of us, as the money that we work so hard to diligently earn and trustingly place into bank vaults as we do our votes at the polls, investing into our futures. This is the topic that we're here to discuss today. The third is the ammo box. As a result of the sacrifice and all the battles won beginning here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1775, thankfully today we don't need that box because of a brilliant and brave statesman who made clear their intentions for this country, assembled in the American Bill of Rights white papers, their body of work and consideration that went into drafting our incredible Constitution to ensure that we would have protection over these rights with a military that protects our sovereignty and our votes. I am hopeful with our new Congress that's before us today. Each of you took a pledge to defend and protect our Constitution. So I implore you that you monitor the votes, actions, speech, and public communications assiduously of ourselves, yourselves, and your fellow representatives today. I know that lawful citizens such as myself are watching with bated breath. Thank you, and God bless America.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Does anyone have?
If anybody has any questions. Okay, thank you. Okay, Michael O'Brien. I think that's what I was saying. Oh, you didn't say you were a lobbyist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien with Party Strategies here on behalf of America Votes, and apologize for the handwriting. My 8-year-old continuously reminds me that hers is better than mine. We're here today opposed to this bill, and a lot of what we're going to say has already been said. So I just do want to read, though, from the UNH page for in-state tuition. A student's residence for tuition purposes is considered to be that of their parent, unless the student is emancipated. To qualify for institution status, a student or his or her parents, if a dependent, must physically reside in New Hampshire for 12 months. So to tie someone's voting rights, an individual's voting rights to their parents, obviously is very problematic. Newberger versus Peterson is referenced in the 1972 case that gave students the right to vote in the city or town in which they go to college. And so for those two reasons alone, we oppose this bill and ask you to ITL it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Much.
I now call Al Brandak. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Al Brandeno. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire. I think it was Mark Twain once said, the most uncommon sense is common sense. I'm in favor, strongly in favor of HB 405. And the reason for it specifically is if you look back, and especially recently here in New Hampshire's purple. And what does that mean? It means that elections can be lost within 3 to 5% of the votes. And it doesn't matter what party is in power right now or not, because that can change in an economic situation or other. So this is about not just voting rights, but it's about secure elections. And I think it's really important that we talk about students, in this case, college students with special privileges. And let me explain. The Attorney General Nicholas Kong Yen in November 2020, New Hampshire college students temporarily living outside the state because of COVID-19 pandemic can continue claiming Granite State as a domicile and are allowed to vote in November 3rd election. The State Attorney General's office said Wednesday, once a student lawfully established a domicile in New Hampshire, the student does not lose his domicile due to temporary absence. I ask you, how long is a temporary absence? 3 months, 6 months, 2 years? Can you vote in New Hampshire 5 years from now? I don't know, but it's a special privilege. How about domicile and resident? Another special privilege. This is from the Secretary of State's website, and joint guidance is provided by the consultation with the Attorney General's office. The following guidance on voter registration is provided by the Secretary of State. The following guidance on the motor vehicle law is provided by the Commissioner of the Department of Safety. The terms domicile and resident are equivalent. This is a problem, and I'll explain later. Even though RSA 21-6A and RSA 65641 contain different words, this is from the department itself. They can convey the same basic concept. When a person makes a town or a ward in New Hampshire his or her principal place or physical presence to the exclusion of all other places, that person has established a domicile and residence. Think about what we're doing now for security of voting. Once again, it doesn't matter what party is in place. We're changing, we're adding, we're increasing security and the word domicile and residence. We're giving special privileges. Special privileges again. This is from the University of New Hampshire's main voting website. It says, and I quote, additionally, the legislature of New Hampshire did directly give college students the special privileges on that does not normally apply to a New Hampshire citizen from the voting page, the web page. New Hampshire election law provides college students with special privileges, that's them, not me saying that, when determining where they register to vote. The college student in New Hampshire may choose as his voting domicile either the domicile they held before entering college or a domicile they established while attending college. Students may only select one. Once again, the regular citizen doesn't have this opportunity in New Hampshire. When registering to vote, this is from the website again, you need to have identity, some photo ID, such as a valid driver's license or form of a New Hampshire ID for your university. Domicile, your address for voting purposes. You have to be age 18. And here's the one that gets me. U.S. citizen's passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers. If you do not have one of these documents, you can sign a document attesting to your citizenship. Why is this troubling? Who at the Secretary of State at the Department of Justice checks this? Does anybody? Of course not. Once again, New Hampshire is the safest or the easiest place to vote, but are we the most secure? Register to vote. Okay. I'll close with this. How did we get here? I think it's really important that we understand that. HB 1264 in 2018 was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, and I believe unconstitutionally in violation of the Bill of Rights, Part 1, Article 11, and Part 2, Article 30, without the consent of the people. Later, RSA 21.6 and 21.6a, sponsored by Republicans, unconstitutionally expanded to allow the expansion of absentee voters, granting resident aliens the right to vote. This, once again, was a violation of the New Hampshire Constitution, in my opinion. New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, and the Bill of Rights in Part 2, form of government. This is very important. The definition of inhabitant appears 23 times. The term resident appears once in the form of government. That's clearly an indication of what the intent of the law was in regards to inhabitant. There is no authority for the legislator to change voting rights or give special privileges to resident aliens with or without altered domicile or resident status. Please vote to pass HB 405 and return back to the New Hampshire Constitution and correct this sovereign violation and voting injustices that's been placed upon all New Hampshire inhabitants now and in the future.
Thank you. We have any questions? Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So based off of what you just said, does that mean that during the 2020 elections, students that were told to stay home and could not be on campus, were they voting by absentee ballot from their school
They could
location?
have. Yes, they could have been in New Jersey voting absentee ballot in New Hampshire, maybe voting in New Jersey too. We don't know that. The challenge for all of us in New Hampshire is we make it, and the Secretary of State says it, we make it the easiest place to vote, but is it the most secure? And here's the challenge with taxpayers that are funding the bills coming forward with 3 to 5% voting margins. Think about it. In New Hampshire, we had 11 contested results last year in 2022. Senate District 24 is the big one that hasn't even been resolved yet in far as what happened there or didn't happen. That's still on the plate at the Election Law Committee. Not the Election Law Committee, the Ballot Law Commission, excuse me. So my point is we need to make things a little bit more secure. There's nobody checking these details. The Secretary of State, the Department of Justice, nobody checks. There is no check and balance. And when the citizens are fronting these bills coming forward on education and all other things, our say needs to be more important than, in my opinion, than people who aren't here for the end result.
Follow up, please. Would that also, would overseas New Hampshire students also be able to vote by absentee ballot in New Hampshire if they're students of New Hampshire?
I don't know the answer to that, but I could try to find it for you, but I really don't know. I've never studied that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Berry.
I'm gonna waive.
Oh, okay, never mind. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Lee Heath.
Hello, I am Lee Heath. I attend the University of New Hampshire and I oppose this bill. I am an out-of-state student from Maine. I am 17, so I have not yet voted, but I can already see all the ways laws affect my life. I spend nearly half my life in New Hampshire. Studying, I pay taxes on food when I go. I am part of the workforce. I work for a minimum wage, so how much I earn is determined by votes here. I know it's more than taxes and my wage determined by votes, and almost every fragment of my life is determined by some sort of law. And if I don't have a say, there's so much room for abuse to exploit students who are coming here and trying to work for New Hampshire and become part of this community. These facts alone, I believe, earn my right to vote here, and because I live my life here. I go home to Maine not nearly as much as I spend here. Also, I hear stories of people attempting to vote with absentee ballots, mailing it in on time, and yet it gets lost in the shuffle, removing their say and what happens to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bain.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you feel that this bill will put undue burden for students to be able to vote?
Yes. I believe it would make it so they can be abused in the system.
Can I follow up?
Follow up.
Do you think that making it harder for students to vote makes voting in New Hampshire more secure?
No. I think making it harder means less vote overall, a less idea of what people actually want in their system.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I understand that you're 17, so you haven't spent too much time at the university system, but how much time have you spent or are you planning on spending in the state this year?
Oh, more than half of the year. I go to my classes 5 days a week. I spend the weekends here, clubs, work. It's often.
Thank you.
Again, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now call, it looks like Alice House. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alice House. I live in Durham, New Hampshire, and I oppose House Bill 405. I'm a third year at the University of New Hampshire. 3 years ago, I moved to New Hampshire to attend UNH, and I've grown to really love this state. Being involved in politics here has been actually one of my major sources of community. Since I became a New Hampshire voter registering last fall, I have really noticed a change in myself. Before I considered my home state my home, now I really feel invested in the future of this state. I'm interested in what's going on here in the legislative building, and I really consider this my home, and I'm considering staying out east, specifically New Hampshire, after graduation. There are a lot of great things about the state, and there are a lot of ways that I think it could be even better. And I think that if you want young people to stay in New Hampshire, you need to allow them some say in its future. If this bill was in effect, back when I registered to vote, I would not have been able to register to vote because I'm paying out-of-state tuition. And this bill might seem like a technicality, a matter of numbers, but to me it feels like I'm being looked in the face and told that even though I live here, work here, rent property here, and hold community here, that my input should not matter. I discussed this issue recently, last fall, with a mentor that I love and am very close to. He thinks that out-of-state students should not vote here, and his arguments suggested that student voters were somehow less important than other voters, contrary to New Hampshire law. He also talked about students as temporary, when students as a demographic will always be here. He also talked as if we threaten people who own property here and have lived here for a long time. But the way I see it, that shouldn't necessarily need to be true, and our goals shouldn't have to be opposed. Then I asked him if he was going to vote in the election, and he said no. He said he didn't know enough about politics in New Hampshire, specifically in Durham, to vote yet. And I said, okay, that's fair. But at the time I talked to him, he had 4 days still, leading up to the election, to talk to people in his community, to learn about, to read articles, and to go vote. Not to mention, he was living in New Hampshire and had months and months leading up to this election to do so. And yet he didn't vote. I asked him after the election just to make sure. Meanwhile, every student I know got involved, did their research, either sent their absentee ballot home or registered in New Hampshire and voted here, and voted. And I think if students are residents here and are affected by these laws and we care about this process enough to get involved, that they should not be excluded from voting. I ask that you please protect this right by voting inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 405. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Howard, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this easy on you. How long have you lived in New Hampshire, and how long do you intend to spend here this year? Thank you.
Yes, so I am in my 3rd year of college, so I began living here fall of 2020. And I've just stayed here. I've gone home twice for a period of 2 months for one summer, 2 months for another summer, and then come back here. And that is what I've done.
Thank you. I have a question. Okay, Representative Bay first.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my call. Do you think that the passing of this bill will discourage young people from civic engagement?
I think so, and I think the reason is that I've gotten really involved in groups on campus, student organizations and such, that that participate in the political process, and I felt that I've been much more engaged and much more interested in that once I've started voting here, right? And so I think that a lot of students could, keep up with their home state, could send home their ballot, but a lot of students care a certain amount, but not always enough to listen to that news every day to, figure out what's going on in their home state. Whereas I felt very involved here, and I've just cared a lot more about voting here. So I think that in some ways it would discourage students from becoming civically involved here, just because it's easier to get civically involved where you live and you're around people to discuss with. Yes.
Follow up.
Does making it harder for UNH students to vote, do you feel that it makes the election more secure?
Personally, I don't. I think that depends on who you are and what your opinion is, but I think that students are a demographic that are going to be here. Even if not everyone stays, that's going to cycle through, and so I don't believe it's more secure to exclude out-of-state students from voting.
Any further? Yeah, I have a question. Do you have a New Hampshire ID or a Maine ID?
I do not have a New Hampshire ID. I have a Wisconsin ID, and I'm working on getting that to New Hampshire ID and registering my car here.
Okay, thank you. Representative Weary.
Do you plan on, so we have another local elections coming up in March. Are you actively involved in that, and are you looking to vote in that particular election?
Yes, absolutely.
And as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, are other students in Dartmouth or in that area or wherever in UNH doing that same sort of activity level? And is there, I'm just trying to understand if it's beyond the presidential elections or the kind of midterm elections, but it's actually extending down into the local community.
Right. And every issue and every election. Yes. And the group that I'm with, and just me personally, I try to reach out to all of my friends, and just let them know that elections are coming up. We do a lot of tabling to say, hey, if things are happening, go get involved. And I'm so surprised by everyone I talk to. A lot of people already know what's going on or would like to learn more. So I would say that a lot of students, at least the students that I'm around, which is a lot of students that I'm interacting with day to day, are clued in or want to be clued in to all the different elections, and not just presidential. I mean, the one I was referring to that we did a lot of work for was the November elections, which I know are also very important, but all the elections are important. And I know that I will be voting in everything that I can. And I believe a lot of other students will be too.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't have no more cards. Anybody else want to speak? If not, Representative Wood, can you give me the blue sheet, please? And with that, don't forget the counts. $405. I know it's been a long hour.
Thank you for the help.
Thank you. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and 4 against. Okay, with that, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 405, and in a few minutes, we'll open up the hearing on 179. It's now 2:00. And open the hearing on House Bill 179. Unfortunately, I do not see the sponsor in the room. So would somebody just want to open up the bill and we can take testimony? I mean, yeah, please. You don't have to say you're for or against it, just, you know. No.
Okay, I'd like to introduce Bill 179 up for public hearing. This bill amends the definition of electioneering to remove the prohibition against wearing clothing or paraphernalia that a reasonable person would believe explicitly advocates for or against any candidate, political party, or measure being voted.
Thank you. I now call Representative Horrigan. I thought they fixed this last year. I thought
So
they
I-
fixed this last.
I continue to be Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, and I probably actually will be brief this time. So I guess, and of course, the bill, it's self-explanatory. You just heard the whole, basically just heard the whole thing there, which is for many years it's been against, well, not really against the law. It'd be pretty, I don't think anyone's ever been arrested for this, but you're not supposed to wear buttons, t-shirts, hats, etc., which are for or against a candidate or a measure on the ballot into the polling place. And although a lot of those do like slip through the cracks, so like unless you have an especially zealous moderator, they'll usually just pretend they didn't see the item and they'll let you vote. But I think it's valuable. Well, I'm going to say something which I got ridiculed for in a different context a few years ago, which was the polling place is not a free speech zone. So this is not a zone where you're supposed to be electioneering or campaigning. And actually, they're trying to preserve that in this bill. But I think keeping the existing restriction in place, I think makes it clearer. You will fewer cases where somebody's will claim will be doing more than just wearing the article of clothing and then claim, well, all I was doing was wearing the article of clothing. So you have some of that, but also I think it's a good idea not to have this stuff in the polling place. It's supposed to be a neutral, safe zone where you're, of course, that's probably another unpopular phrase, safe zone, but, or safe place, but where you're supposed to cast the ballots and count them securely. And another thing this is going to do is going to let you wear your buttons and your articles of clothing within the 100-foot radius of the polling place. And that's also a zone that we like to keep clear for various reasons. So you probably have people congregating inside the 100-foot zone. And that actually, there's a bill that's being heard in criminal justice that I'm the prime and only sponsor of, and it'll be at the floor eventually, where it's banning carrying firearms in the polling place. That's another constitutional right, which is probably which you have outside the polling place in the 100-yard radius, but not unimpeded inside that zone. And one of my arguments for that bill in the written testimony in criminal justice is that in case the 100-foot sign is missing, the gun owner can tell where the zone is because there'll be people gathered 101 feet from the entrance of the polling place with their signs and their paraphernalia. So that'll create more confusion for the unwitting gun owner who's accidentally wandering into the polling place. He won't know where that 100-foot zone is as easily as, if either the sign is missing or he doesn't see the sign. So that's one more. That's probably slightly. Maybe that's a slightly snarky observation, but I just thought I'd mention that. That is like there will be additional difficulty if both this bill and that bill passes, so I would just urge you to keep the law way it is. I mean, it's fine if somebody accidentally gets through with their hat or their button or their shirt on. It's okay for the moderator to look the other way if it's just a minor violation, but I don't think we should. I think we should keep the restriction in place. So just for the neutrality and the safety of the polling place. So that's all I have to say about it. Please, ITL. I guess if you want to ask me questions, you're welcome to. Whether I'll be able to answer them or not is a whole nother matter.
Any questions? I have one because I thought, I wasn't on election law last year, but I remember, I thought we passed a bill last year or something where it would just only applied to people working in the election, because I was told that I could walk in with my my badges and whatever, but I couldn't work in the poll. Do you know anything about that?
I don't specifically, I don't remember the exact details of the bill. I don't have the RSA 652 in front of me. That is possible, but I think it's still better to keep it the way it was, and probably even if that indeed was, yep. So thanks.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? With that, thank you. So anybody else want to speak on the bill? With that, I'll close the hearing on HB 179, and we have a 50-minute break. Break out the cards, and I'm joking.
Yeah, I got a bit of a
It's thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, fellow representatives and committee members. For the record, my name is Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford County District 12. That's Somersworth and Rollinsford. This bill is fairly straightforward. We've all been here before. We put out our signs, our campaign signs, and or people put them out for us, and then you go looking for them and they're disappeared. So you, first place to check, the highway department. And usually there's a pile of them because we aren't alone. So we'll check a couple of times during the campaigns and find signs and help each other out. If there are signs of our fellow campaign members, we try and pick them up and hand them back out again. We ran into an interesting challenge in Somersworth this past time, and I found out it's happened in other locations as well. Our director of the Public Works Department was out for a couple of weeks and left his supervisor in charge. And the supervisor had a copy of the statute. And the statute about signs was specifically political advertising removed prior to election day by state, city, or town maintenance or law enforcement personnel shall be kept until 1 week after the election at a place designated by the state, city, or town, so that the candidate may retrieve the items. And the supervisor stressed candidate. Up until this point, and running many times, I haven't had that problem. I've usually been able to collect signs for fellow Democrats and haven't had a problem. I also ran into one of the Republicans running for office, and he said he had the same problem. So I looked at the supervisor and I said, I will change the law. So I'm here to change the law. So we've added a few words to it, but essentially it's so that the city or town, so that the candidate or a member of the candidate's campaign or local political committee of the same party may retrieve the items. So that's essentially it, because I wanted to take care of my fellow Democrats, and I know my Republican counterpart wanted to take care of his, not just for the local folks, but because we had people from out of town, from the state and for national office that were running, and they weren't going to collect their signs. So instead of taking those signs to the dump, I worked with the planning manager of the city. He walked down to the Public Works Department with me, and we collected all the signs. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'm recommending that you ought to pass this bill so we can not run into this problem again. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you. And just a comment, I mean, in the past, in my town, if they're collected, or I'd gone to the Londonderry Public Works, I mean, not the DOT, and just picked up all the signs that I wanted. So it's, yeah, but yeah, a good point that we're changing the law. Thank you. And nobody else is here, and this was a 5-minute scheduled for an hour. But anyway, so thank you.
Do we have anyone on the blue sheet?
And no more pink cards and anything on the blue sheet.
I'll take Jerry's if you have
What?
the pink card for her.
Oh, you turned in a pink card. I don't, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. My fault. Bad boy. And we have 2 people for it. Okay. And with that, close the hearing on 286, and unless anybody has any comments, we can probably adjourn. Oh, okay, we're done for the day.